I call this pre-meeting briefing of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 6 p.m. on December 7th, 2023. The purpose of this pre-meeting briefing is to conduct a briefing session with administrative staff regarding the posted agenda for the regular board meeting scheduled for 7 p.m. on December 7th, 2023. For the record, board members present are Tara Herbachik, Sally Derrick, Carolyn Benavides, Kim Brady, Ileana Garza Rojas, Randy Shackman, and myself, Cassandra Hatfield. The next item is audience for guests. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose and placed it in the designated location prior to the opening of the meeting. Ms. Canada, do we have anyone wishing to speak? Okay, with no one wishing to speak, we'll move on to item number 3, administrative reports. Dr. Eldridge, do we have any reports by administration?
Yes, Board of Trustees, we have 3 reports tonight. The first being from Larry Guerra of our financial reports.
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge. So as you know, we completed the financial report you have for this month is complete the second month of our fiscal year. So everything looks as it's supposed to in the beginning. We're low revenue right now, but low expenses as well. We have completed probably our 10,000th adjusting entry for the year. So we're done with audit. Auditors getting their final report together, which we'll have for y'all in January. So all the stuff is looking good and everything is in order. There was no findings that we've heard about so far, so everything looks good for the January report. So if you have any questions on this financial report for this month, I'll take them at this time.
Board members, do you have any questions about this month's financial report? We'll give everybody a moment. Any questions? All right. Dr. Eldridge?
Next, we have Corey Blackburn. Item 5J, consider approval of our RFPs for our bond renovations.
Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, board members, thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. We have wanted to give a brief review of what I've previously presented. In this year, over $17 billion worth of bonds just for school construction have been passed in the North Texas area. That's not the state of Texas, that's just North Texas. So there's a tremendous amount of work. We worked hard to try and attract a good group of contractors to propose on our work, and we feel like we were successful. This is the overall timeline for the bond work. We're just considering the renovations portion this evening for this RFP, RFQ, and these are some of the sample bond scopes that we've talked about previously. We've got minor renovations, medium renovations, major renovations, and we've also got a considerable amount of safety and security work. We worked to group the work in a way that would be attractive and manageable at the same time. Each of the construction packages is grouped in a particular municipality. So City of Dallas work is in all of that is grouped together. City of Farmers Branch is grouped together. City of Irving is grouped together, and so on, to make it easier to manage and also more attractive to propose on. Tonight we're in step 2 of the procurement process, selecting the construction firm. Yet to come is approving the GMP. This is just for selection of the firm to do the various packages. This is a list of the firms that we selected that we're recommending for selection across our 9 different construction packages on 31 different campuses. And I believe got one more slide. Things that we considered as we went through the RFQ and the RFP process were, of course, the price, the value of having a good team. My experience has been that no matter how good the company is, the particular team you get is critical. And so we paid a lot of attention to that during the selection process. How well those teams work with the campus staff is, of course, also critical, to make sure there's excellent communication there. making sure everything is done and they understand the importance of protecting our students during the course of construction, and making sure that they were planning to provide and understood the need to provide adequate supervision, whether or not they would staff the projects in a way that we believed would be successful. So those are all points that we considered as we went through the selection process. And y'all have that. Those are my slides for this item. Do y'all have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. Board members, any questions? No? All right. No questions. Thank you.
All right.
Now, Mr. Blackburn will do item 5O, which is consider and approve additional purchase for playgrounds for Blair, McLaughlin, Strickland, and Stark.
And just to answer a question that we received earlier, we are putting in place a process and procedures to avoid having to come twice to the board for future authorizations. We're working and looking at what didn't work so well on this one and planning a better process going forward for this type of work. So just wanted to mention that and then answer any questions y'all might have had about that item.
Thank you very much. Board members, any questions or comments? Ms. Derrick?
Just a comment about the playgrounds. These are substantial costs at our schools, and I think that I would just ask that, like we did with the HVAC in our last bond, like considering use of life and like how long these are going to last, just so we have a plan hopefully for the future of when we think we're going to be
Yes.
put in positions to do this again, because
Yes.
I mean, this is expensive, and I by no means do we not need playgrounds but on our schools, but if we're in a position of having to replace all of them at the same time, that can be really costly. So just a future ask.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additional comments or questions? Ms. Benavides?
I noticed, so you're doing these in sections. Is Central Elementary one of the playgrounds that will be replaced?
I don't believe Central is slated to be replaced at this time because we're replacing the whole campus. It's a campus that was slated for complete replacement, not just the playgrounds.
Thank you.
Additional questions or comments? All right. Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. Dr. Eldridge, any other reports? All right, with no other reports, we'll move to item number 4. Board members, do you have any questions regarding the consent agenda items for this evening? Ms. Hrbacek?
This was just a lingering one that I didn't follow up on. Item P, the approved purchase LED lighting project for Bush Middle School. I had inquired, just confirmation from a security standpoint, that work will be done at night. True or false?
Yes, ma'am, it'll be done at night.
Thank
And
you.
that's, the work is in all of the classrooms. None of the hallways are impacted, but all of that work's going to be done at night. It won't impact the instructional day.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additional questions or comments? Ms. Brady?
I just had a question about letter E, just the courses that we're speaking of in that paragraph, Ms. Gillen.
Innovative courses? Dr. Eldridge?
Innovative courses, like such as is what I wanted to know.
Ms. Gillen?
Yes, ma'am.
Just courses such as, like, for example, what courses are you speaking
I
of?
think you could speak to how one of the courses was renamed and just the generalities of what is required for the courses. And some were name changes, some were TEA approvals and whatnot.
Yes. So TEA identified that a course needed to be moved from a career cluster, which was under STEM, and that a course needed to be moved to health sciences. That's one example. So we're just following exactly what TEA has asked, and it is a better fit because it's an engineering piece that we are really wanting to focus on with our biomed. So that's one reason for the course approval.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Gillen, can you also clarify one more question about the associated cost with the courses? With any of these changes, any additional associated cost?
They're within our budget. We plan for that. We have teachers already that can teach the courses, and there's a minimal amount, a dollar amount. For example, the real estate course, that will require taking the test for the real estate licensure, but we will planned for that in our budget, and we have already looked at that. We've spent a great deal of time making sure that we're good stewards of that money.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions or comments, board members? Okay, thank you, Ms. Gillen. All right, so with no additional questions or comments, we will move to item number 5, adjournment. So, board members, we've reached the end of our agenda for this pre-meeting briefing, and we are adjourned at 6:10 p.m. I call this regular meeting of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 7 p.m. on December 7th, 2023. Board members, district staff members, and members of the audience, you are free to join me in standing as Elizabeth Villafranca from Mary Immaculate Catholic Church provides a message, followed by the leading of the pledges of allegiance by early college high school students Ever Satal, leading with the pledge to the U.S. flag, and Dior Lockett leading with the pledge to the Texas state flag.
Heavenly Father, we pray that you may enlighten our minds to the ways we can best serve those we are entrusted to educate and form. Bless our conversations with goodwill, sincerity, and truth. Help us see and understand issues which face our district with clarity and charity. Give us wisdom to find solutions and the courage to see them through. We ask that you bless our superintendent, our school board, our educators, and in a special way, our children, their parents, and caretakers, so that we may all work together for the betterment of our communities through education. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Well, good evening and happy holidays. We are up here in mostly red and black, and we have green in the back, so we are appropriately represented all throughout the room with lots of holiday colors. So welcome to our last meeting of 2023. We are eagerly awaiting the excitement of 2024 and all to come in this great district. Thank you for joining us tonight. So as a district, we dedicate all of our efforts and resources to our goal of high expectations for all. The board uses this goal to guide all deliberations, decisions, and actions. You will get to see all deliberations, decisions, and actions of the board in open session, with the exception of some items which may be discussed in closed session as stipulated in the Texas Government Code Section 551, commonly known as the Open Meetings Law. These items typically deal with personnel matters, consultation with our attorney, and real estate. For the record, board members present are Tara Herbachik, Sally Derrick, Carolyn Benavides, Kim Brady, Ileana Garza Rojas, Randy Shackman, and myself, Cassandra Hatfield. We constitute a quorum and may conduct business on behalf of the district. Before moving on to the next agenda item, I would like to remind you that the board will accept comments from citizens of the district and from district employees. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose and placed it in the designated location prior to the meeting. When the board addresses agenda item number 3, audience for guests, you will be invited to the podium to speak to the board. Our next agenda item is item number 2, special presentations and recognitions. Our first one, recognitions, item 2A, Ms. Parnell.
Good evening, President Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and members of the board. We have a full house tonight, and that's exciting. That means we have a lot of student and staff successes. So we are going to begin by announcing our CFB Champion Awards for December. This award is sponsored by CFB and Chick-fil-A at Trinity Mills, and the CFB Champion Award recognizes teachers, employees, students, and our community members for exemplifying excellence in leadership, outstanding attitude, community involvement, exemplary character, and individual achievement. Our first CFB Champion Award goes to our student, and it is for December, and it is presented to Mia Sermieta. Mia, if you'll please come forward. She's a 5th grader at McCoy Elementary, and she received the Texas PTA's Outstanding Interpretation Award for her photo Falling in the Influence of Someone. Her photo was selected as a winner from all entries pre-K to 12th grade. This prestigious award is given to 7 students only 7 students in the state of Texas each year. Congratulations, Mia. Mom and Dad, if you want to come forward, we'd love to get a picture with you as well. Next, the Community Champion Award is presented to Tommy Tran, and he is the Community Risk Reduction Coordinator for the City of Carrollton's Fire Department. Mr. Tran led and coordinated attendance incentive events throughout November at every elementary school in Carrollton. He and his crew visited each campus with a fire truck and entertained students to reward the students for perfect attendance during the first 9 weeks. Mr. Tran, when asked about this, and he said, "The kids smile and it makes it all worth it." So we are so thankful to have you as a partner in our district. And his family is coming forward for a picture as well. New this year for the Ribbon Week campaign was the launch of a CFB video contest for our students. Campuses were invited to create and submit one 60-second video promoting the importance of living a drug-free lifestyle. We had multiple entries from our very creative students. One winner was selected from elementary schools and one winner was selected from secondary campuses. Thank you to our friends at FBS Higginbotham for sponsoring the contest. Congratulations to the Student Council from Central Elementary for winning the elementary video contest. Students, please come forward. Sponsors are Ms. Wynn, Ms. Shake, and Ms. Garcia. Congratulations. Our secondary campus that won the video contest is Polk Middle School. Student is Allie Henderson, and the teacher and instructor was Mr. Harry Bailey. Students, Allie and Mr. Bailey, if you please come forward. Ms. Miller. And audience, we encourage you to visit our website so you can watch these videos. They really are outstanding. Finally, tonight for recognitions, we would like to honor and recognize the Newman Smith High School football team. Congratulations to the Trojans football team for advancing to the 5A Division UIL State football playoffs. This was the first time for their playoff appearance since 2015. We want to congratulate Coach Boone, the entire coaching staff, as well as all the football players. We're so very proud of you all. And at this time, I'd like to ask the other trustees to please come forward. We have a special presentation from the Educational Foundation, and Ms. Donna Wall, Executive Director, will make these comments.
Good evening, Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, and esteemed school board members. During this season of giving, we come before you tonight to offer a gift from the Educational Foundation to the school district. In 2021, the Educational Foundation committed to a new project designed to reward and inspire creativity and innovation in our classrooms, on our campuses, and throughout departments and programs in the school district. That program, the Innovation Grant Program, has brought a new focus to the foundation with collaboration from our school district partners on every level imaginable. The Innovation Grant Program is open to all CFB employees, and it is highly competitive. So tonight, without further ado, on behalf of the Educational Foundation, we'd like to present a check for $34,534 that will be funding innovative projects for 14 various classrooms, campuses, and departments throughout the district. We thank you for entrusting us with your continued support, and we are so proud to serve you.
So much joy and excitement tonight for our CFB champions, and much congratulations to our Red Ribbon Week students. It's so great to see students of all ages here tonight, so we're so excited you're here. And to our Newman Smith football team, way to go Trojans. And thank you again to the Educational Foundation for your tireless efforts to support all the initiatives in the school district. So, Ms. Parnell, we're going to move to item 2B now. Thank you, Ms. Parnell. Trustees' reports. Trustees, would anyone like to share celebrations or observations made over this last month? Ms. Benavides?
Thank you. I'd like to share probably not my most favorite, but something that really took me back. I was invited to one of the DeWitt Perry dances, and I shared with Mrs. Narrows that I hadn't been to a dance at DeWitt Perry since 1977, which is great. We had a good time. I've also enjoyed seeing our animals out at the Ag Barn. They have their winter coats, and the feathers are all fuzzy. It's really, really great. I was able to go to the swim team competition, which I had never done that. So if you haven't done it, it's fast. You can't keep up with the agenda. It's really, really nice. They swim fast. But our fine arts, we had great plays going on, and all of our concerts. It's just amazing. Free, family-friendly Christmas concerts going on until school's out. So I encourage y'all to go. And then last night we had folkloric with the Unidos de Carrollton. Just fabulous. I mean, our kids are so talented, and it's so wonderful to share all that. Thank you.
Board members, any other announcements? Ms. Brady?
Well, first, of course, going to the Newman Smith playoff game, wow, like exhilarating, and just to see all different age groups, all the kids, all the alumni that showed up, all the people who never played football but just wanted to come and watch us was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. I hope that continues year after year. I also will do a shout out to the Creekview musical and the Ranch View musical. Unbelievable talent in this district. what these kids are able to do. It's just amazing. I look forward to Turner's and Newman Smith's in the spring. I cannot wait.
Everybody get your tickets. They're going to be amazing. All right, any others? All right, well, Dr. Eldridge and I had the privilege of being able to do door decorating contest at La Valita Elementary, and that was a lot of fun. There's a lot of holiday cheer happening on our campuses. I'm sure the students at Central have also seen lots of holiday cheer. So we will move forward with district announcements, item 2C. Dr. Eldridge?
Good evening, everyone. Just a couple announcements. We have a student ambassador group, and they are coming to meet with us this week. And last month, they tasted a lot of our food that we order, and they're going to tell us which ones they like. And sometimes the ones they picked were not the most expensive, so we like that for our budget. We have our first District Improvement Council meeting coming up this week. And I also, not a district announcement, but I just want to remind everybody that 82 years ago today, more than 2,400 people lost their lives in the Pearl Harbor attack. And we should never forget the sacrifice that anyone gives their life to serve all of us. So I just think that it's so important that we give credit to our service and never forget. Our leadership team got the opportunity to listen to Colonel Caldwell, and he is in charge of the new Medal of Honor Museum that is going in at Arlington. And so it's going to open in 2025. So I want to shout out to the Lions Club because they sponsored that event, and we got to hear about it and see the new museum. And last but not least, so, I have a tradition that the students write me letters. And so students or community members. So I received quite a few letters, but I want to share the one that was really the most heartfelt. Dr. Eldridge, I'm a student at, and I'm not going to mention the name of the school because it's a bit heartfelt for me. I am writing to ask if you could ask Santa to bring some warm clothes to our school. I have a coat, but one of my friends needs one. And please bring my teacher whatever she wants for Christmas because she is the best teacher ever. Sincerely, Isabel. So we will take care of Isabel and her request. So I just think it's so great that they are learning how to write letters. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge. Very special. Our next agenda item is item 2D, update from PTA. Ms. Homan?
Hi. I'm going to start our presentation with our motto like we like to do every time, to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. As we prepare for the end of the semester, it's a good time to celebrate all the work of our PTAs. All 36 of our local PTAs have completed the requirements for good standing, and that was a big task to get to, and we haven't done that in a while, so that's amazing. Also, district-wide, we have 6,078 members. That's more members than we've had in a year over the past 3 years. We also want to congratulate Good Elementary PTA. They've been selected to receive a PTA-connected Smart Talk grant from National PTA. So they'll be getting a National PTA grant at Good. This week, we completed our reflections contest judging, and students receiving an award will be invited to a ceremony taking place on January 17th at the Watton Center. Next week, on December 13th, from 9 to 10 a.m., Texas PTA will be presenting a panel to talk about understanding and responding to the fentanyl crisis. Anyone's invited to attend the webinar, and it's going to be broadcast throughout the state of Texas. You must register to attend at texaspta.org/webinars. On February 9th, we will once again be hosting the Harlem Wizards in our district for an event. It will be hosted at Creekview High School this year, again on February 9th. It's a Friday night. Team nominations and ticket sales will start soon for that. And we would just like to thank you very much for your support. And we'll see you guys in the spring for more great stuff.
Thank you, Ms. Holman. Congratulations to our PTAs, all 36 in good standing. That's so incredible. That speaks to the work that's happening across the district and with our PTA members budding along with the 3-year high. So congratulations to all of Council PTA's hard work in supporting our PTAs. We really appreciate it. Okay, our next item on the agenda is number 3, audience for guests. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose and placed it in the designated location prior to the opening of the meeting. Ms. Canada, I have one form here. Do we have any additional forms? Okay. So with one form, we will move forward. Before we do audience for guests, I want to give everybody a moment. If you would like to, I'll pause the meeting. You are welcome to stay as long as you would like for the meeting, but we will do a brief pause. We know we have some students here that probably have a bedtime coming pretty soon. And so you're welcome to step out. We'll do a brief pause before we move forward. Okay, so before we begin, I'll remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling audience for guests. Anyone interested to speak in person during audience for guests must have completed a form and listed the topic they wish to discuss prior to the start of the meeting. Each speaker will be allowed to speak once during audience for guests and will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board, dictated by Board Policy BED Local. Because the board wants to hear from as many of you as possible while also keeping the meeting running efficiently, groups of more than 5 people who want to present a particular viewpoint on a topic should appoint one person to speak on behalf of their group. Please remember that the board cannot deliberate on any subject that is not included on the agenda for this meeting. Board members will listen to comments but will not respond or answer questions. We ask that you not discuss students who are not your own child. The timer will be shown on the screen in front of you and will begin when you arrive at the podium to speak. Again, the speaker's presentation will be limited to 3 minutes. Our speaker tonight is Lydia Strauss. Lydia, come on over to the podium for us, sweet.
It's all good.
You're ready. That's great. Hi, Lydia.
I go to Furnex Elementary. I am in 4th grade, and I am wondering about my school's main playground. It is dilapidated and falling apart. There are 3 slides that have been removed, and they have never replaced. Paint is chipping away from the rusty metal underneath the bridges and platforms. It is a hazard if we trip and fall. It has been like this for my entire school career. Every other CSB ISD playground I have seen, it looks in much better condition. When does the school system plan on replacing our playground equipment? Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you, Lydia. That was a wonderful job. Thank you so much for coming to speak with us. We will make sure that the school district is going to get back to you and talk to you about your questions about the playground, okay? All right, thank you very much. Our next agenda item is item number 4, non-action items for discussion. We will start with a special services update. Ms. Rowland?
Evening. President Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and members of the board. I am so thrilled to share the information with you about our Special Services Department. Let's begin with the introduction to my leadership team and our administrative assistants. Many times, members of this team are the first line of communication when a parent or a teacher contacts the department, and some of them even joined us tonight. Y'all wave. However, the real team can be found out on campuses. These are a few pictures from some of our campus classrooms and some of our specialists and service providers. So some facts about the department include, we have 4,254 students that fall under our programs, 276 teachers, 265 teacher assistants, 40 dyslexia interventionists, 134 related and support service specialists, which include positions like speech language pathologist, occupational therapist, physical therapist, adapted PE teachers, vision specialists, and orientation and mobility specialists. And we have 68 evaluation specialists, such as educational diagnosticians and school psychologists. This year is the first year where special education and 504 service management falls within the same department. This slide shows some historical data about the types of services the students enrolled in CFB receive. There has been an increase in the percentage of students served with special education service and a small decrease in the number of students served with 504 services, which is likely due to the legislative changes in how students with dyslexia are served. The shift in numbers may also be a result of an increase in students receiving full and individual initial evaluations through special education. This graph shows how those numbers have changed over the last 3 years. There are many programs offered in CFB, and they fall into 3 categories. Inclusion services, this is where students receive all instruction within the general education environment. Fundamental services, students receive a majority of services in general ed, but the instruction that's delivered through the fundamental services is in a special education environment, so some portion of the day. And then we have self-contained or centralized classrooms, and students receive a majority of their instruction in a specialized setting for the majority of the day. Students receiving instruction in any of these programs may also receive instruction or related services by a speech pathologist, an occupational therapist, in both the general ed environment and a special education environment. We also have a dyslexia program that falls under the special services department and in special education. And this graph shows some information that we found for this school year about our dyslexia programs. Approximately 60% of the students in a dyslexia program are in elementary school, 21% are in middle school, and 19% are in high school. During this past legislative session, there were some decisions made with House Bill 3928 that will impact our department, and we anticipate changes to the 23-24 numbers as the school year progresses. Some of these changes or impacts are when a student is suspected of having dyslexia, a full and individual initial evaluation must be completed. A dyslexia specialist is now a required member of a multidisciplinary team and an ARD committee team when a student is suspected of having dyslexia and it's discussed at the meeting. And then any evidence-based dyslexia instruction is now considered a special education service. Our local EHB policy addresses dyslexia will also be updated in January based on these House bill requirements. Our department offers great opportunities for families. The family support specialists lead this charge by offering both family events and family meetings. Chloe, Erica, and Catherine have organized these events that provide support for parents as well as fellowship for families. One of the supports offered by the family support specialists are informational meetings. This is a picture of parents attending one of the monthly training sessions, and since August, 135 participants have attended parent training sessions. The other picture is a snippet of their newsletter that they send out to parents. Through collaboration with community partners, they also host a Coffee and Connect every 9 weeks. This is a time for families to relax and connect with each other over a cup of coffee. Since August, 45 families have attended a Coffee and Connect event. The next picture is a picture of a Playdate event. Every semester, they host a Playdate event. It's held at a CFB campus playground, and this is for families and children to connect and just have fun together. 20 families attended the Playdate event that was hosted this semester. The department is also super proud of Special Olympics and Casey's Run events. In November, the bowling tournament was held, and I've included some of the pictures of students with their medals from the bowling tournament. And then also be sure to mark your calendars for March 21st for the track and field event. This year, the theme is Legends Are Made. And then also mark your calendar for Casey's Run. It will be April 13th, and it will be the 20th anniversary of this event, and we look forward to celebrating with you all there. So earlier this year, you approved the purchase of Goldbook. Here's an update on how it has been used in our district since October 6th. 233 users have accessed over 6,795 resources. 79 of those users had accessed over 25 resources, and 14 users have accessed over 100 resources. Now, I made this PowerPoint a little bit earlier in the month, and I got an update from the company yesterday, and they told me that almost 10,000 resources have been accessed, with 223 of those, 223 users have already accessed 100 resources, and 6 of those have accessed over 200 resources. So what does accessing a resource mean? It means they took meaningful engagement and action, which could be they modified a goal, they developed a present level, an impact statement, or they explored a strategy or a resource. I've also included some comments from some teachers about the program. So thank you so much, because that was so cool when I got the email from them, and to hear them say how well we were doing on using resources is just, it's exciting to me. So I'd also like to wrap up my presentation by sharing with you our areas of focus for this school year. We're going to continue to work on increasing inclusive practices on campuses. We are going to work at improving dyslexia programs, practices, and services. We are conducting a program service analysis to help determine and guide necessary improvements. We're working also on improving our specialized curriculum and supplemental curriculum options. And then we are completing some corrective action plans with TEA that will help us improve our district compliance. And then we are moving to a digital documentation storage system. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Rowland. Board members, comments or questions? Ms. Derrick?
Thank you, Ms. Rowland. I loved the Coffee and Connect for parents. That's really a great opportunity for them to come and be able to talk with other parents. That's really cool. I have a question for you. I know in your department focus, you mentioned a program and services analysis, and that you also mentioned dyslexia programs and services. If I remember correctly, is there a dyslexia audit that is coming or has recently been done? I feel like there's something I remember around that. Can you speak to that for me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It actually occurred last school year, we were found to be in 100% compliance for that.
And when you say 100% compliance, is that just on the state requirements? Is that what they were looking for?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gotcha. So then when you are now saying program and services analysis, are we still, though, going to look back at dyslexia at what we're doing just to make sure? Okay.
Absolutely.
So separate from the audit, we're still looking at things.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Board members, additional questions? Ms. Brady?
Thank you. I do love the family support services. That's such a key component of special needs parents and kids. My question to you is about staffing.
Okay.
And I know that we're not as fully staffed as we'd like to be, but I just want to assure people that we are meeting all the children's needs throughout the district with the staff that we have as we
Yes.
look for more staff.
Yes, absolutely, and we're always looking for staff. We are looking to make sure that we provide any services that a student may have missed to make up for that. But absolutely, we are constantly looking for staff and providing services with other staff that are also certified to do those services, just may not be the ones assigned to that campus or classroom.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And I look forward to your program analysis and all the things you're going to do in the future.
Thanks. We're excited.
Other questions? Okay. So I will just add, thank you for coming back and telling us about Goal Book. That was something we asked for, was come back and give us an update. So I appreciate you circling back. That's really helpful. And then as we look in the future, I'm really excited about the department focus. I see a lot of things on this list that are necessary and important for our kids. And I just personally want to reiterate that I believe this board has a strong focus on reading, and the actions that we have taken towards improving reading and Tier 1 instruction have been critically important. But the things that your department is focusing on for special services is going to be critical, because it can't stop at Tier 1 instruction, and it has to go into dyslexia. It has to go into the curriculums that our students use in special services. So I want to thank you for the department focus. It's so important and so needed. And then remind the board that we all, and staff, I know you know, the importance of having our kids read by the end of 3rd grade. And dyslexia and special services is very much a part of that. I recently just read a report that 50% of the inmates in Texas have dyslexia.
Oh, wow.
So just kind of let that soak in. And if our students aren't reading, they are put on a pipeline that is not where we want them to be.
Right.
And so we have the ability to change that trajectory by offering the highest quality of services. So I just want to thank you for your department focus.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Rowland. All right. Our next agenda item is digital learning and library coding update. Dr. Stout and her team.
Good evening, Dr. Eldridge, President Hatfield, and members of the board. Let me present. It is my honor this evening to present to you the digital learning team. You'll remember last month you spoke with, or you, before one of the meetings, talked to Daniel Herndon, who is Enterprise Systems, and he does all of the Teams and PEEMS data. Another department within the technology division is technical services, and some of our amazing technicians are here tonight. The third leg of our stool is the digital learning department. And so I'd like to present Dr. Megan Garza, who is our Director of Digital Learning, Carrie Gooch, who is our Coordinator of K-12 Coding and Robotics, and Cindy Niedebitz, who is our Director of Library Services, and they will speak to you tonight about some of the amazing things that they do for our students and teachers every day.
Thank you, Dr. Stout. As she mentioned, I'm Dr. Megan Garza, Director of Digital Learning, and I'm joined by Carrie Gooch and Cindy Niedebitz. We're thrilled to share with you tonight the Digital Learning Department's commitment to fostering innovation, equity, and excellence in CFB ISD. In October, the Digital Learning Specialists collaborated with representatives from Adobe to host the Adobe Creative Institute. At this event, which took place on a Saturday, CFB staff members learned how to enhance instruction, empower learners, and encourage creativity for students using Adobe Express. As a result of their learning, 90 different Adobe certifications were earned, and a dozen graphics, videos, and websites were made by CFB staff members. Since this event, 21 of those staff members have gone on to be promoted to Adobe District Leaders based on their use of the platform in the classroom, One of those district leaders has already partnered with Adobe to receive resources to train the rest of her campus. In addition to this amazing event, digital learning specialists have also facilitated professional development for various campuses and departments throughout the fall semester. These trainings have covered topics like differentiation using technology, using artificial intelligence in the classroom and beyond, and content creation with digital resources like Canva. Finally, content directors, coaches, and specialists have maintained a collaborative partnership with the digital learning team in order to support a more integrated relationship between technology and curriculum. These departments have come together for monthly meetings that have included curriculum deep dives, technology training, and pedagogical learning. These are currently the top 10 most utilized digital resources in the district. And this is based on the number of active users, so how many times a person has signed on to the platform. Of these 10 resources, there are only 2 on that list, Blukit and Cool Math Games, that are not district-paid digital resources. This shows us that the resources being provided by the curriculum and technology departments continue to be of high value to our users. I also pulled some data today and saw that Progress Learning has been launched over 400,000 times since we have implemented the program a short time ago. We're currently in Cadre 2 for Innovation Academy. This group of innovators is even larger than last year's inaugural class, and we have reached 103 different staff members. During the last Innovation Academy Day, innovators got to explore a variety of instructional strategies, including EduProtocols, sketchnoting, and using coding to address social and emotional learning. Innovators were asked to select an innovative instructional strategy to implement in their classrooms throughout this 9-week period and document the effect it has on student growth. The next Innovation Academy Day will focus on innovative learning spaces. At the end of this year, innovators will present how these new approaches have impacted student learning at a celebration event. Your invitations are coming. These teachers apply for this program annually and put in a lot of work outside of their normal job duties, all in the name of benefit for their students. So if you see that I'm a CFB Innovator sign hanging outside of a classroom door, be sure to thank them for their continued commitment to growth.
Hi, so in the exciting world of coding and robotics, some of the fun things that we're doing right now at Davis, La Vida, and Bush, we have weekly coding activities happening, and we are right in the middle of creating lots of content integrated projects where our coding becomes a tool, but our focus is the content that the students are learning. And at McCoy and Landry, we also have integrated coding happening within our LEAP and our GT program. In our robotics, we're very excited that we have over 160 integrated lessons for our B-bots, which are placed at every elementary campus. And we have VEX Robotics also at our elementary campuses with over 150 integrated activities. And in addition to that, we have special coding and robotics related projects that are happening with the VEX Robotics at all of our coding, STEM, and computer science classes. So that's very exciting. This year we've also added even more schools to our competitive robotics groups that meet usually after school or during off times outside of the classroom. And we've had a few fun, exciting robotics events this year. We did host the VEX competition showcase a few months ago where we had over 125 students and parents come. This was for our competition teams where they got to do mini competitions and show off the robots that they had built. And that happened on a Saturday. It was very fun. We did have several robotics nights. Most recently, we had one at Rosemead where the students and parents got to experience how they can use robots to increase learning. And we've had 3 Saturday workshops with the bilingual program where they utilize the VEX and the B-bots as part of welcoming our newcomers to the district.
I am pleased to be here to tell you a little bit about our school libraries and the focuses and initiatives that we have there. You notice the first screen says technology support. With the one-to-one initiative, Librarians have taken on the role of being the deployment and roll-up person for the districts in every school. So if you see a student holding a Chromebook, it went through the library and the librarian checked it out to them. They've also become the technology support on the campus because they have to have somewhere to go when their device isn't working. They go to the library. Librarians have become so skilled at that that they troubleshoot many of the problems and fix it and give it right back to them. If it's above what they can do, then certainly they give them a new device and they write a ticket and get it repaired for them. Digital citizenship is one of our initiatives and an important focus for us as we have continued to have our students have access to the internet, and we know that they need some instruction on that. That's not new. We've been doing that for a long time in libraries. The difference is we are now using a website and a program called Common Sense Media, and they even write out the lessons. They offer those lessons for us. You can see a list of them there: privacy and security, passwords, cyberbullying is always covered. But the cool part about this is they offer a certification, and 75% of our schools were certified as Common Sense Media certified schools. Our goal this year is to have all 100% certified. And then as we have moved into an age where so many of our students are getting all of their information online, one of our focuses has been to teach them to know when they're getting valid and reliable information. So we spend lessons on them, asking them, where did this come from? How do you know this is valid information? Can you verify it from somewhere else? That's our first step. Our second step is that we offer many different digital resources for them to access. These resources are available to them 24/7, so whether they need it at home to do homework or they're at school, they have access to these. To give you an example of what one would be World Book. That is now online in a digital resource they can use. And then lastly is reading literacy. Librarians are all about reading. They're all about books. They're all about literacy. That's sort of our bread and butter. You can see our circulation is very good. We have lots of students coming in and taking books. But what is most important for us is the fact that we believe there is the right book for each student. We just have to help them find that right book. So to do that, our collections are very diverse. We have nonfiction books, we have fiction books, we have graphic novels, we have books in Spanish. We provide them to them in ebooks, digital books, in every audiobooks, we have those as well. So we try to find what it is our students are liking and what they would connect with, because that's what makes them lifelong readers, is finding the right book for them. Thank you.
And then just thank you guys for the opportunity to share what our department is up to with you guys. We're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you to this team. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Ms. Benavides?
Wow, y'all do a lot. Thank you so much. I was wanting to know how many students are involved in the robotics?
I am so sorry I did not have that information, how many actual students there are. But last year we had, sorry, let me think off the top of my head. We had 8 schools that jumped in right away at the beginning of last year, and this year we've added 4 more schools. So they are running anywhere between one team, which might be between 3 and 5 students at a time, to up to 8 teams, which would have 3 to 5 students on them. So
That's awesome.
yes, so it's a large number, and I just want to give big kudos to those teachers who step up and take that program on. So very exciting.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Board members, additional comments or questions? Well, thank you for your team. It's clearly a very diverse team offering a lot of different services to make sure that our students have access both digitally and print and through robotics and coding, all kinds of languages of reading. And we really appreciate you guys. And thank you, Dr. Stout, for your leadership of this team. All right, our next agenda item is 4C, the first rating presentation. Larry, Mr. Guerra, sorry. You're gonna get every name.
Well, my dad's a doctor, so that'll be okay. So thank you, Ms. Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and the rest of the board. So as you know, the final first ratings have been finalized by TEA and released to for every district in the state recently. And the first rating, as y'all know, is really a tool that helps districts create and show its transparency for evaluation by TEA. It rates the quality of local management as the finance office and the decision-making processes we use on a daily basis. And it gives us an overall rating. So there's 20 indicators. You know, it's been changed over the last few years. It used to be 15, and now it's 20. So they try to change the criteria every year to make it a little more transparent for them to rate districts clearly. And now there's 20 indicators with 4 possible scores. You can get an A, which is superior achievement. A B is an above standard achievement. C is kind of the norm, which is a meets achievement. And then the last grade is an F, which is a substandard achievement. And the point system is, if you get an A, it's a 90 to 100, a B is 80 to 89, a C is 70 to 79, and an F is from 0 to 69. So y'all have the rating in front of you, and you can see it maximized our points this year at 96, so we maintained our superior achievement, and we were good to go.
Guerra,
Yes, ma'am?
What do you think we have in front of us? A document?
Don't have the first one. I happen to have an extra copy for all of you if you need one. So pen it out.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra.
Okay, so when we do the first rating, there's a public hearing that we have to do by law that goes to the public, and it's at 5 o'clock. So at 5 o'clock, we made the full presentation for the public. So this is just a summary of what we presented to the public at 5 o'clock. And you can see you have the report now in front of you, and it has all the indicators and all the points, how it was broken down and what it was done. And like I said, they've changed a few criteria. Like I said, we received a superior rating, which is 96, and as you know, it rates from really 2 years ago, even though it's off the last fiscal year. And what it does was, as you know, 2 years ago, the interest rates were 0 or 0.001. So what we did is we try to maximize our investments, so we started to go into different investments. So what TEA said, well, since you're putting into long-term assets, it maximized our points at 96. But we felt we had to do that just to make sure we can maximize our investment opportunities. So if you have any questions, I'll take them.
I have a question. So this is the 22-23 data? Based off of 21-22 data?
That's correct.
Okay. So on page 5 is our rating. Ms. Derrick?
Mr. Guerra, what accounts for our decrease in score this year?
The 96 was because they maximized our points because we used a Flex Repo Numera account to help get us a higher interest rate so we can have a higher return on our investments, which generates more revenue for the district. If we would have left it on the tax pools, then it would have got a 0% interest rate, so we put it in this one to earn a little bit more interest. But what the state reviewed, and we actually appealed it, but they said since you already have a superior rating, they didn't take it into consideration. But it was they looked at that Flex Repo account as a long-term asset instead of a current asset, which when we explained it, we draw from it every month, and we have the ability to withdraw it all, which we've done now because we can get higher rates in a different account. But the state looked at it as a long-term asset instead of a current asset.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, additional questions? Thank you, Mr. Guerra.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the next agenda item is 4D, attendance and enrollment, and Dr. Hamlin is ready to roll.
And just share some attendance and enrollment numbers. Now, the first part of our presentation tonight, it will include slides you've already seen before, but it will have, I just want to make sure you know that the information there is updated, okay? I always like to start off just, we always want to make that connection through student services with CIS. Provide that high-level customer service with our community and our built campuses, as well as that instructional piece that, especially when you talk about being able to provide training for our staff and for our families when we talk about enrollment and attendance. And then systems. Every system we can create that's efficient and effective, it's going to really bleed into the classroom, and that's what we want. We've showed this slide several times. In 22-23, we had 92.7% daily attendance rate, and our goal is to gain that 1% this year, and that's something that we're striving for. We showed this, and especially with our new attendance plan, and when we started, the numbers from 22-23, when you look at the exceptional and regular attenders, we were right at 75%. Last month when we presented this, we were right at 88% with those two categories, and right now we're sitting at 82%. I will also say that with the chronic and the severe chronic, those numbers have gone up about 6%, from 12% from last month to 18% this month, but our severe chronic number has not changed at all. So when you look at the overall, we're still above what we did last year when we talk about kids that are showing up at school on a daily basis, when we're sitting at 82% of our kids are here 91% of the time or more. We also showed this last month as well, and really that column that we want to focus on is the column that is not shaded. That is that white column in reporting period 3. Reporting periods are every 6 weeks. And this slide is about our sub-pops, our ethnicity groups. And you can see, once again, all of our numbers improved except one category. But all those numbers are going up. We're holding strong in really reaching the goal that we're trying to reach when you break it down by ethnicity groups. And then I also wanted to show once again, when you look at all of our grade levels, in this third reporting period, all of our grade level attendance has gone up in every single campus, every single grade level. So that's positive. Now, I always love to share the positive, but I also think it's extremely important for us to be transparent. It's something that's really important to us as a district because when things are going well, they're going well. We did have a day this past semester that we really need to talk about. The day that CFB attendance crashed. That was our lowest day of attendance. We had 89% across the district. 2,400 students were not in class. Over 300 staff members didn't show up for work. And I tell you, I'm going to go and I'm going to go find out what's happening. And this really hurt my heart. And after a lot of research and a lot of investigation, we found out a group of adults caused the problem. It was the parade to celebrate the Texas Rangers winning the World Series. So on that day, we did have a lot of absences, but because of our kids are showing up every day other than that, we've been able to hold strong. Now, just knowing what caused that crash, I still wanted to go out and do a little bit more investigation. And we had some people, some might be sitting on the panel here, that were out and about, and we went out, we wanted to kind of identify what was happening. So if you look at the first picture, we have we identified several elementary and middle school students that were hiding in the crowd. You can see some of the arrows there that points. That one on the right there on that first page, that red cap, that's the Blaylock kid. Absolutely know for sure. And then you look how brazen our high school students were. They were not even hiding. They were just out there. Look at it. They're all identified. It's very obvious those are our high school kids. But the last picture really, really hurts my heart. All those CFB teachers standing on the wall. And I do think D. Canada was one of those people. And Larry might have been up there as well. Now, back to business. You know, we shared the mobility rates for all of our campus, and this is that monitor group we talked about last month, and the numbers under the 22-23 column, those are updated numbers, and once again, they still fall within that monitor group. We really want to focus, especially at the elementary level, all those campuses that have 30% or higher in the mobility rate, and just remember that mobility rate is really based on kids moving in or transferring in and out from that campus. Our focus group at the elementary level did not change. So we really focus on those campuses, like I said, with that 30% or more. But we had several of our campuses did go up during this past reporting period. But the increase really, other than McWhorter Elementary, it was anywhere from 3% to 6% increase on that mobility rate. And we do kind of own some responsibility in that as well, because when kids come out and they may go to AEP, that really impacts mobility. If kids at the high school level go to Grimes, because that's where they want to finish their high school career, that impacts the mobility rate as well. So it's not just kids leaving our district or coming into the district, it's kids that's going campus to campus as well, because that's considered a mobility. So if a kid goes from Blaylock Middle School to Perry, that impacts this score as well. At the middle school level, we still have those two campuses that we're looking at. Those numbers did go up. In middle school, it was about 3 to 7% increase at different campuses. And then the high school mobility rate, obviously we still have that one campus at the 20%, but everybody's really kind of holding pat. The numbers look pretty good regarding our mobility rate right now. Really pleased with those numbers. Now, this is really where we're going to kind of shift into enrollment, and I thought it was really important that we kind of shared a timeline with enrollment this school year, and I could have actually included October, but I wanted to share some of the things that happened within the enrollment process. And under each month, really, there's probably 15 or 20 other items that we did not list, but I just wanted to kind of highlight certain items. As you can see, the enrollment process is not just what happens when we want to enroll or to register a student for the new school year. All of our departments work together, whether it's CTE, our communications department, our technology department, our counseling department, all of our high school and principals, elementary, middle school. We all have to come together and start putting things together for our students to really know what's available for them for that next school year. So you can see that planning phase in November. You know, our early college high school, they're already starting their first recruitment for the next year in November. And then when you go to December, they're doing their second recruitment. 8th grade students in November, they start really, we open up a survey that's called the Top Choice Survey for them to start seeing what they might be interested in 9th grade. And so we start that early. It's not something that we start, you know, late in the game in the second semester. We have our parent middle school PGP, that's that individual graduation plan that our students have an opportunity to go to. We want to make sure our parents are well informed, so we do those parent nights early. In December, once again, that second round of recruitment for early college high school, we start updating some of those courses that we're going to offer students the next school year. So, you know, students right now, they don't know what those courses could possibly be until it's all approved after December. So there's a lot of things that happen before the spring semester. When you jump into the spring and you look into January, we're really going to hit that marketing phase, working with our communications department and really streamlining some different types of marketing techniques so we can make sure that our families are well aware of what our kids will be able to do for the next school year. That Top Choice Survey closes in January. We start having our high school preview nights in January, so we can prepare our 8th graders and their families on what's going to be offered at the high schools. We start doing our academy acceptance letters for early college, Law Academy, and IBA, the International Business Academy. And then you get into February, that's when our 5th grade students have an opportunity to go to the middle schools and see what's offered there. We do our, once again, our transfer request window will open up for our students as well. And then we're really going to start pushing our incentive program and our campus competitions, because we want our campuses to be really involved in trying to get that enrollment up. Because what we've talked about before is the average registrations that we have for all of our students that are currently enrolled, typically over the past 5 years, only about 10% of our families register for the new school year prior to the summer months. We really want to get that number up to 50 to 75%, because what that does, it really slows us down on being able to know, how we can approve transfers, because we got to know staffing. We got to know how many kids are expected to be going to a campus and the teachers that are going to be needed to really accommodate that. So we have to get that number up. And one thing that I really want to talk about in March, something that we're really excited about, a lot of collaborative effort, we're going to create what is called, this is part of that incentive program, what we're going to call the Fast Pass, is what do students and families get for enrolling and registering early? We want them to register before May. So when this Fast Pass, we're going to bundle things together. So if you can register prior to May, then you're going to have an opportunity to get free school supplies. You're going to have an opportunity to be able to get free passes to all athletic events, because we know that's a hardship for some families. Because if you have 3 or 4 children, it's hard to take them all to the middle school basketball game, middle school football game, the high school football game. We want to be able to put things together that will encourage parents to register early, but we also want things that will be good for kids as well. Possibly a free ice cream every month for a student that has that Fast Pass. We just want to make it mean something to them. So we're working with all departments in all campuses and coming up with different things that we can bundle on that Fast Pass. So we think this is going to be a real success, because we've got to get our parents to register early. We're going to start obviously offering a centralized opportunity through student services, because that's really strengthening that relationship between student services and enrollment and campuses. Because we know our parents, when they go up to the campus, sometimes it's extremely packed, it's extremely busy. We want to offer them an opportunity to come to student services and do the enrollment process there. We want that hand-over-hand approach. We want that side-by-side customer service feel, because we want to help them make the best choice for their students with people that know what we have in our district. If you want to be able to go to the Fine Arts Academy in elementary, here are your options, and we're going to help them make the best option for their family. But it's just really that customer service feel and that customer service approach through that enrollment process. In May, we're looking to obviously look at the data that we've gained from having the early incentive push and see how many students have actually enrolled and registered. And then we're going to do those enrollment extravaganzas again. And that's all going to be based on the data. If we have a said campus that is still a real low percentage, anywhere under 50%, then we're going to go do a enrollment extravaganza at that campus. And we're looking to last year we did 4 campuses. We're looking to do anywhere from 4 to 8 campuses this coming year. Because once again, we want to go out to our communities. We're going to work with some of our apartments and hopefully use their clubhouses, and then hopefully do some enrollment opportunities in the clubhouses as well. We want to go to them. We want to make it easy on them, because we know that enrollment process is difficult, and sometimes it can be frustrating. We just want to make sure that we're with them through that process. And then obviously we're going to have that customer service opportunity for all of our families through the months of June, July, and August as well. It's not something that we're just going to do in May or June. We're going to do it throughout the entire summer. We're going to offer daytime opportunities and evening opportunities for our families to come and enroll. It's something that we really want our families to know that we're going to be here for them, and in order for them to be able to select the right campus, the right courses, But it's something that we know that we need to do for our families because it's been a struggle for them and making sure they can get enrolled quickly, efficiently, and effectively. Kind of in closing, you know, these are some highlights that I want to kind of share and some of the 3 takeaways. We've gained actually 52 students in the past 7 days. We were down at 24,386. We're now up at 24,438. And so hopefully those numbers will keep going up. Our daily average attendance rate right at 94.6. That was the same as last month, so we're steady. We're holding steady. That's still above that 93.7 that we're shooting for. And we are meeting weekly, sometimes daily, on improving the enrollment process, making some changes, some tweaks, and through not only the enrollment and registration process, but the transfer process as well. I can take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hamlin. Board members, questions or comments? Mr. Bracek?
These are great numbers. I mean, it's just the improvement in attendance, you know, as we've all said, you know, they learn when they're in the classroom and they get robotics and digital things and all of us in the special services, so that's great. So I appreciate the effort and the work on this. And then I need to publicly compliment your inclusion of the baseball sphere, since I didn't know how you were going to do it, but you did it. So congratulations. Nice job.
Thank you.
Ms. Benavides?
Yes, I think it's awesome. I was thinking about the enrollment process. Did we talk about simplifying it? Because I know going out to apartment complexes is a great idea, and I think it really be welcoming for them, for all of our families that can't come over here and then feel lost or not sure about what to do on the computer. So simplifying that process. I know when we were kids, you know, you were in. I didn't, and then when my boys went to school, it was like every year I had to give a water bill, you know, and proof of a lease or something like that, which is difficult.
Yeah, I know. In a typical registration process, enrollment process, there's about 10 documents that need to be uploaded. But if it's a returning student, which basically they're just re-registering, there's only one document we have to have, and that is a bill or you know, proof of a lease or mortgage. So it really goes from about 10 documents to one document. So if you're returning, it should only be one document they need to upload.
Oh, that's great.
We're not going to require for returning students to put their report cards in the system because we already have that. Discipline records, we already have that. So there's a lot of things that we're kind of going through now, and just we're going to eliminate in order to make that process much easier.
And when you spoke of the percentage of the children that pre-register,
yes,
10%?
10% for the entire school district.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
When do y'all start that, or do you send out notices, or how does that?
Well, we start advertising the early February. I'm working with marketing and communications. But we're going to do that in early February. But we're really going to start to open that window up right after we come back from spring break.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Ms. Derrick?
I know that we mentioned, I don't know if it's the last meeting or meeting before that, that this is a team effort and it takes the entire community. So I think it's important to highlight the gentleman from the fire department that was here earlier who won the award tonight, because he's partnering to help us with attendance, which is great and a great example of partnering with our community. So I'm very excited to see that tonight. Unrelated question. Chronic absenteeism is up, you said. Do you have any idea? Like, are y'all digging into that data to see what that jump is about?
Yeah, well, yes, it went up 6%, but the severe chronic didn't move at all. And so we are still going through, and some of the students just that have not shown up. A lot of those students are still in those numbers, because there are some kids that have been in our books, and I think we talked about it last time. You know, we actually, through board policy, can withdraw students who are absent 10 consecutive days or more, and we don't know where they're at. We're still going through those numbers, so some of those numbers will fall off, but we do have a lot of kids that we're still trying to locate.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions or comments? All right. Dr. Hamlin, do we get to see you next month again, too?
Oh, you better believe it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, board members, I have a note here that we can take a recess or continue. Do I have any preference? Power through? Power through. All right, we're going to power through. That means I have to find where I'm at. Okay. So we are going to proceed to our next agenda item, number 5, the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a mechanism that the board uses to approve a number of routine items together with a single vote. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the public notice for this meeting includes a list of all consent agenda items, and the board has been provided ample information about these items in advance. Prior to any action taken on the consent agenda, board members may request withdrawal of individual items for clarification or discussion. Board members, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda at this time? Ms. Garza Rojas?
I'd like to remove item R.
5R, okay, so we're removing item 5R. Ms. Brady?
To remove letter T.
Okay, removing item 5T. Any others? Okay. If there are no other items to be removed, do I have a motion regarding the consent agenda as amended? I have a motion, or Mr. Shackman, sorry.
I move that we pass the consent agenda as presented with the exception of items R and T.
I have a motion from Mr. Shackman. Do I have a second? Ms. Derrick, is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. The next agenda item is items for discussion and/or action. We have 2 items that were removed from consent, so we're going to proceed to item 6A. The title of the first item is item, I went back one too far, 5R, which was the consider approval of minutes of the Board of Trustees pre-meeting briefing held on November 2nd, 2023. Ms. Garza Rojas, that was you?
That was me. I was not here for that pre-meeting.
Okay. And then I'll go ahead and ask about item 5T.
That was me. I was out of the country at that time.
Okay. So we will move to, 1 second. With those items, hold on, let me gather myself. Okay, so do I have a motion regarding these agenda items? Ms. Derrick?
I'll go ahead and list them individually.
Okay.
I make a motion that we approve consent item R as presented.
Okay, I have a motion for Ms. Derrick. Do I have a second? Ms. Benavides is a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 6 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention, the motion carries. And then, Ms. Derrick, do you have another?
I have a, I just lost my wording. I move that we can approve item T of the consent agenda as presented.
I have a motion for Ms. Derrick. Do I have a second? Mr. Shackman is our second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? By a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 abstention, the motion carries. Okay, the next item on our agenda is 6B, consider and possible action to adopt prevailing wages rates. Mr. Blackburn.
Board, we're recommending the approval of prevailing wage rates. This establishes the floor for what we pay our contractors and our subcontractors on construction projects.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Blackburn? All right. This item is marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take action? Ms. Hrabacic?
I move that we approve item 6B, the adoption of prevailing wage rates.
All right, I have a motion from Ms. Hrabacic. Do I have a second? Second from Ms. Brady. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? With a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. The next item is item 6C, consider and approve compliance method and flexibility level. Mr. Blackburn, that's you again.
This is in regard to the TEA rule for new construction. we're required to adopt a compliance method which may be either qualitative or quantitative, and along with that, a flexibility level to give a standard for how we plan to implement instruction in our districts in terms of facility planning and allowing for the type of instruction that we'd like to use. The recommendation that you have is for the quantitative compliance method and for the flexibility level 2. This allows for a flexible level of instruction while still making efficient use of our space. It is consistent with most of our space in the district and has been recommended by a couple of different architects that we have consulted.
Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. Board members, do you have any questions or concerns? All right, this item is marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take action? Ms. Brady?
I move that we approve the compliance method and flexibility level.
I have a motion from Ms. Brady. Do I have a second? Ms. Derrick is our second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? With a vote of 7 in favor, 0 opposed, the motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. All right, our next agenda item is item 6D. Consider by official ballot resolution to vote on the nominees to the Board of Directors for the Dallas Central Appraisal District. So I will take this one. I'll remind you that the Dallas County has 1 candidate and we have 1 vote. Your voting options, board members, include supporting this candidate, or the board may choose to abstain from voting. The candidate's bio and information was provided within board book. Is there any, I'll go ahead and open the floor for discussion on this item before we move for a motion. Does anybody have any comments or questions about this? Mr. Shackman?
Yes, we have traditionally, as a board, approved unless there is a problem that has occurred. And in this case and in the next case with Denton County, the boards have performed as per expected, and that has been our tradition stance.
Any other discussion, board members? Okay, so does the board wish to take action on this? Ms. Derrick?
I move that we, the CFB ISD Board of Trustees, cast our 1 vote for the Board of Directors for the Dallas Central Appraisal District to Ms. Cassandra Phillips.
I have a motion for Ms. Derrick. Do I have a second? Ms. Brady is a second. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? With a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. All right, our next agenda item is item 6E, consider by official ballot resolution to vote on the nominee to the Board of Directors for the Denton Central Appraisal District. So board members, for this item, the Denton County has 9 candidates. 5 of the nominees with the highest counts will secure a position to serve on the appraisal board. For Denton County, we have 115 votes that we can cast. The vote options, if the board so chooses, is to support a candidate, share votes among multiple candidates, or the board could also choose to abstain from voting. Again, all candidates' bios were in board book and other information within board book. Is there any discussion about this one? I know Mr. Shackman kind of spoke to both of them. Is there any discussion? Okay. Does the board wish to take action on this one? Mr. Shackman?
Joining with several local school districts, I would recommend to make a motion that the board will cast our 115 votes equally to the 5 incumbents. That would be 23 votes each.
I have a motion from Mr. Shackman. Do I have a second? I have a second from Ms. Garza Rojas. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? With a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. Our next agenda item is item 6F. Consider approved discussion of a request for a report outlining the current structure of the fiscal year and an evaluation of possible enhancements to the structure. Ms. Herbachik.
Yes. Thank you, President Hatfield. So I requested the inclusion of this item on our agenda to comply with policy BBE local regarding the preparation of a report. This is specifically related to our current structure of our fiscal year and to ultimately request from the superintendent a report which includes information and analysis on a possible enhancement to this structure. This is the result of comments that were made within our 2023-24 budget discussions, as well as takeaways that I had from general conversations while on campuses. If you remember, our fiscal year structure, September 1, August 31, currently overlaps our school year. This causes some extensive advanced planning for necessary resources in order to have them in place for the start of the school year, or they remain on hold until the budget for the fiscal year is in place. Excuse me. It's my belief that an enhancement to our fiscal year structure to better align with our school calendar would be more efficient from a planning perspective at the campus and at the district level. However, I would like for us to better understand what is involved in any residual impact to policies, systems, and all of our departments. We would also need to understand the timeline of any internal updates required for compliance with TEA submission requirements. If we decide to take action this evening, the action would be only for the request of the report and information to allow us to determine at a later date if we want to take action. Future action could be a change to the structure within the policy dictated by TEA for fiscal years. So that's the history.
Thank you, Mr. Bocek. Board members, do you have any discussion about this item? This is in compliance with BBE local, as Mr. Bocek said, because it was a request for preparation of a report derived from an analysis of information from existing records. So is there any discussion or comments? All right, Ms. Benavides.
So this current 9/1 to 8/31 is off by a month?
From compared
Yeah.
to our school
Uh-huh.
year, you could, the TEA only allows 2 options, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Additional comments? All right, with that, this item is marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take action? Mr. Bocek?
I move that the superintendent provide to the board no later than the end of March a report on the impact of a fiscal year enhancement to any impact to our policies, systems, and departments, which would include a timeline for implementation. All right, I have a motion for Mr. Bocek. Do I have a second? Ms. Garza-Rojas, is a second?
Sorry, I have a motion from Mr. Bocek and a second from Ms. Garza-Rojas. Is there any additional discussion? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. Thank you very much, Dr. Eldridge. Okay, our next agenda item is item number 7, closed meeting. 7A, pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.076 and 551.089, deliberate the deployment or specific occasions for implementation of security personnel, critical infrastructure, or security services to include security features, and item 7B, pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.076 and 551.089, deliberate the deployment or specific occasions for implementation of security personnel, critical infrastructure, or security devices to include arming of designated safety and security staff members. The board will now move into closed session. Audience members are welcome to remain in the boardroom as the board members recess and move into the conference room for deliberations. The time is now 8:29 p.m. We are back in open session and the time is now 9:28 p.m. The next item is 8A, consider approve the arming of designated CFB ISD Level 3 certified safety and security staff members to comply with House Bill 3 and CFB ISD's adopted good cause exception. Board, this item is marked for possible action. Does the board wish to take action? Ms. Brady?
I move that we approve the arming of designated CFB Level 3 certified and safety and security staff members to comply with House Bill 3, CFB's adopted good cause exception.
Thank you, Ms. Brady. Do I have a second? Ms. Benavides is a second. Is there any discussion? I would just like to thank Ms. Freeman and her team for the incredible amount of work that has gone into preparing for this decision. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. All right, our next item is item 9 is a closed meeting as authorized under Texas Government Code, including but not limited to Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, security devices, 551.082, school children, district employee disciplinary matter or complaints, 551.0821, personally identifiable student information, 551.3084, investigation. Item 9A, conduct the superintendent's formative evaluation. The board will now move into closed session. Audience members are welcome to remain in the boardroom as board members recess and move into the conference room for deliberations. The time is now 9:30 p.m. We are back in open session. The time is now 11:07 p.m. The board will move to the next agenda item, number 11, comments from board members regarding posted agenda items. Board members, do you have any comments you wish to make at this time related to the posted agenda? All right, there are no comments. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our agenda and we are adjourned at 11:08 p.m.